gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Digital Business and Collaboration Forum. Today's forum will begin in 5 minutes. Just a gentle reminder, please wear your mask at all times. In addition, please make sure that you have turned off your cell phone or switched that to the vibration mode. And this morning's forum, it will be in both English and Chinese. If you need to listen to English translation, please go to TJIC's YouTube channel for English. If you want to participate in this forum using Mandarin, feel free to go to SME Administration's Facebook channel and watch the live broadcast. And a very warm welcome to all of you. This morning, we will have experts from Japan and the Netherlands. They will have 2 keynote presentations. And if you need to listen to English translations, feel free to go out there and borrow an interpreting headset. Today, the forum will be conducted in both Mandarin and English. The forum will begin in 3 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you're here with us or online, thank you all, and a very good morning to all of you. Thank you for participating in the Global Digital Business and Collaboration Forum. Today's forum is organized by SME Administration. Thank you, Mr. Yang from SME Administration, for your support. In addition, today's forum is conducted by the Center of Industry Accelerator and Patent Strategy of National Yangming University, SMEs, and also TJIC. Thank you for your support. In the second half of today's forum, we will have 2 keynote presentations. First of all, Mr. Wu from Nice Garden. He's already here with us. And this afternoon, we will have a number of one-on-one meetings sponsored by COSGAP, Investment Office of Turkey, Belgian Office Taipei, Luxembourg Trade and Investment Office Taipei, DTA, and TDEA. Thank you for your support and sponsorship. According to IDC's estimates, in 2021, global digital transformation will accelerate, and and 75% of business leaders will adjust and leverage their digital platform and ecosystem to adjust their value chain in order to adapt to the new markets. Therefore, it is important for SMEs to increase their digital capacity and improve operation efficiency in order to help Taiwan's SMEs to leverage international opportunities. Today, we would like to focus on digital transformation-driven business opportunities, and that's why we have this forum and gather here. And in the morning, we will have a number of experts from the academia and the industry to share with us their experience. And in the afternoon, we will have a number of one-on-one meetings. It will include a Taiwan-Japan forum as well as one-on-one meetings with our European counterparts. Hopefully, we can leverage these opportunities and create more business opportunities. And now I would like to invite Deputy Director General Betty Hu from SME Administrations. Due to a little bit of technical issue, please bear with us. Ladies and gentlemen, on-site and online, good morning. I'm Betty Hu from the SME Administration. On behalf of the Ministry of Economic Affairs SME Administration, I'd like to welcome you all to our Global Digital Business and Collaboration Forum. 5G AIoT technologies have advanced greatly in the fields of manufacturing, medical care, and education. Such technologies have been utilized to improve services. The pandemic has also accelerated the level of convenience offered by 5G or AIoT, and digital transformation has therefore become a relevant topic to businesses and people. To help SMEs employ the use of digital technologies, the Ministry of Economic Affairs has promoted the T-Cloud platform for 2 years. Businesses can visit the platform to purchase SaaS or SaaS services. If you want to hold online conferences, work remotely, or operate online stores, you can visit the platform for government grants and access the SaaS service. This transforms agencies the way they used to provide services by making necessary digital transformation. In order to help businesses through digital transformations, we have the T Ambassador program to teach our youth how to use digital tools so that they will be helpful for businesses in digital transformation. In addition, to help more businesses through digital transformations, we have organized study groups to let people from different fields learn about the concept of digital transformation, and through idea exchanges, it is easier for businesses to be digitized. And of course, governments need to digitize itself as well. In order to provide a more convenient environment to SMEs, we have offered a G2B platform which can let SMEs and micro enterprises to understand services that the government provides through those small tools. The information that businesses might need include regulations and services by the Ministry of Economic Affairs or Environmental Administration and Ministry of Finance. Moreover, I believe that most of you have applied for the $5,000 stimulus vouchers. This year, this government's digital vouchers are drastically improved. We hope that by changing people's consumption habits that we can drive digital transformations among businesses. For example, we hope that people can use their stimulus vouchers at traditional markets and night markets to support stores affected by the pandemic. And in addition to sharing Taiwan's digital transformation experience and have experts share their experience, we've also invited international experts from Japan and the Netherlands in the morning to analyze key success factors in their country's digital transformation. And also, in the afternoon, we will be talking with important partners in Japan, Europe, Turkey, Belgium, Luxembourg, etc., engaging in discourse such as one-on-one meetings or more in-depth communications. When Taiwanese companies enter the international market, they can capitalize on experts' experiences and capture business opportunities from digital transformation. In the end, thank you very much for participating in such a grand event. We hope that this event proves fruitful, and I wish you all the health and all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hu, for your opening remarks. Today, we are also very pleased to have Professor Huang from the Center of Industry Accelerator and Patent Strategy, National Yang Ming Jiao Tong University. He's also here with us. As Ms. Hu just said, we will proceed to our first keynote presentation. And the first three keynote presentations will be conducted by our experts from Japan, the Netherlands, and Taiwan. First of all, we are very pleased to have Director Nishioka from Industrial Value Chain Initiative to join us. And Director Nishioka has a PhD from Tokyo University Advanced Engineering Research, and he's specialized in information management, standardization, and transformation of manufacturing sector. And now he's the director of IVI, responsible for enhancing Japan's SMEs' competitiveness. Today, we are very pleased to have him to talk about Japan's digital businesses and international collaboration opportunities. Without further ado, let's welcome Director Nishioka. Hello, everyone. I'm Nishioka from the Industrial Value Chain Initiative, Hosei University. I'm looking forward to working with you. Today, let me introduce to you the theme of co-creation of Japan's digital business opportunities and the potential for globalization in the manufacturing industry. The flow of today's discussion is as follows. First of all, I'll give a brief introduction to the IVI, or Industrial Value Chain Initiative, to which I belong, and then introducing manufacturing digital transformation, or DX, especially for the latest trends in IoT related to SME enterprises. In Japan, manufacturing is thriving, especially for small and medium-sized companies where manufacturing is an important part of their business. And I will inform you about the actual situation as is presently. And finally, I would like to talk about the importance of digital connectivity, new data-driven business models, and the potential for business collaboration for the future. First of all, IVI is an organization that was established in 2015. We are an organization centered around people and on-sites, aiming to make the manufacturing industry more advanced and connected. We currently have 242 member companies with more than 700 people with membership in our organization. Although we started in Japan, but many overseas companies have now joined us. And here is the list of our main members. Basically, Japan is represented by the automotive, electrical, electronics, and charging device industry. The manufacturing industry members, in particular from a manufacturing perspective, explore how to conduct IT digital transformation. At the same time, the key words were Industry 4.0 or the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is how we are proceeding to digital transformation at the present moment, and using this as a keyword for activities. We don't just think of digital transformation purely in terms of concepts like automation, being unmanned, or become more powerful. Actually, the focal point of our discussion is the digitization and collaboration of various technologies and know-how used at manufacturing sites in a bottom-up fashion to create a win-win situation so that the industry can produce higher value products. And the key words are bottom-up and loose standardization. And it is not to create a completely identical or common or standardized system, but rather proceeding based on a loose standard that takes advantage of individual characteristics. We will use this as a basis to focus on how to implement open collaboration as part of open collaboration and closed co-creation. Now, let me talk about how the manufacturing industry can survive in this wave of global digitization. As you all know that starting with Industry 4.0, the architecture of manufacturing industries worldwide is undergoing a major shift to digital. In addition to the above, recently there has been a lot of discussion about how to boost connectivity and data flow. As you all know, that data and digital connectivity has become a very important topic for the manufacturing industry, even for companies that are not mega IT business. In the US and Europe, there are attempts to create a unified market for data, such as the Gaia X. And there are many strategic or national or regional initiatives surrounding various types of data. Among them, particularly in the IT industry, there are many new business models based on data, one of which is to sell the data itself as value. And alternatively, the data can be used to provide free services on the one hand, or develop into some kind of business with a multifaceted market model on the other hand. These two models are for the IT service industry. Type 1 and Type 2 correspond to the manufacturing industry. In other words, to develop a new market with data at its core. There is an effort to make use of data to increase added value for the current orthodox conventional businesses. In contrast to a sudden new transformation by using data, perhaps by first increasing the added value of the manufacturing industry, using Type 1, a high added value business model, and steadily expanding the use could be more necessary. For example, a business that uses a data-driven high-value-added model has a more advanced supply chain and engineering chain. In an era where supply chains and engineering chains are made out of various companies and production bases dispersed in various different locations, intellectual property data in particular has become very important. Safeguarding the intellectual property rights of this data while sharing moral values with various locations. I believe it is important to build on this consideration while building connectivity in operations and manufacturing. With the support of the government, namely the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry and NIDO, we at IVI have started a new initiative to develop a new business model centered on data, as I mentioned earlier. In terms of categorization, firstly, safeguard digitization know-how as an intellectual property whereby it can be shared by various locations, and important data, which is also called quality data, can be shared by multiple locations, not just one company, thereby realizing better quality management. And thirdly, through collaboration among SMEs, achieve new values that cannot be realized by just individual companies alone. Finally, use artificial intelligence to transform know-how into high-value data and enabling them to be used repeatedly, using these initiatives as case studies and showing their results as a proof of concept from this process of digitization by using data. And as you can see that this process of digital transformation by using data will continue to play out in the next 5 to 10 years from now and further expand further. And of that, I'm deeply convinced. On the other hand, how is this actual situation like for the manufacturing industry? In contrast to the rosy new scenario of the future painted above surrounding data, the actual situation in the manufacturing industry has not changed much. This is because the manufacturing industry environment, especially in Japan, which suffers from a lack of manpower or supply chain disruption due to the coronavirus pandemic, one of the main reasons resulting in difficulties in large-scale investment. There are lots of waste at the manufacturing site in particular. Solving these wastages one by one in a bottom-up manner is an important initiative for the new digital transformation. This is important and must be paid attention to. It is definitely not possible just by introducing IT systems abruptly at one go and to achieve digital transformation or revolution. I think it is very important to gather different various knowledge and wisdom from the respective manufacturing sites and introduce to the information and IT industries the mindsets of reducing waste and site improvement. And such initiatives are strongly encouraged at IVI. To realize these initiatives, we promote the new concept of smart thinking and based on that worked with many members for many cases on a project basis. These approaches include 4 models of as is, to be, can be model, and can do model, which we properly define them one by one and execute them.
With regards to the current status of as is, it is certainly not the case of the higher the target, the better, but rather to understand the actual situation, and it is important to share the understanding before setting an appropriate target. In other words, to consider the to-be model. Furthermore, how to achieve the to-be target? Integrating the various IT solutions to realize the targeted status and applying them appropriately in the real world with limited budget, limited time period, and limited personnel. It is important to properly implement such a plan and realize it. In order to do so, first, compile the information on the actual various manufacturing site, operation, and management. Who, when, and how are these information used? What would the effect of digitalization be? And what would the cost be? It is necessary to properly carry out discussions on the above. To achieve smart thinking in IVI activities, transit to a digital world from the analog materials used so far, such as paper, whiteboard, and post-it, by using the charts seen here. Such an approach of shifting the problem-solving platform is a very effective method. In other words, it is not just about digitalizing manufacturing sites, but to move the problem-solving process to the digital space, while applying it in stages at the actual factory site and machinery appropriately. I feel that it is necessary to consider integrating the cyber and physical elements together. The important point here is the various words and lingo being used here that must transcend across companies and operation sites with a mutual understanding of the various definitions. The existence of such a dictionary with such definitions to promote common understanding is important, in particular when solving problems between companies, or even more specifically when collaborating and sharing information between companies. It is necessary to overcome the differences in meaning, data, formats, and procedures for handling data, as shown here. In this sense, the CIOF project I mentioned earlier recommends the use of a common dictionary, external dictionary, and individual dictionaries to link up information. Finally, I'll talk about the digital transformation world. I've described so far the future direction in terms of the various improvement activities that take place on site, the implementation of a data-driven business model, and how this is a huge first step within a larger trend. In particular, the key lies in the small and medium enterprises. In Japan, there's a lack of progress in digitalization and digital transformation for SMEs. This is due to an array of problems related to talent, capital, awareness, and others. The key among them is not to set lofty goals to accomplish, but just to digitalize fundamental tasks require digitalization. Such a change in mindset is necessary. In other words, fundamental tasks like recording, ascertaining, and improvement can be searched for and computed easily after digitalization. Relevant personnel can share information instantaneously. Know-how, such as improvement, can be applied and reapplied again. It is necessary that this type of digitalization be properly performed. Furthermore, sharing the data amongst different locations and companies progressing towards connected factories and manufacturing, eliminating wastage, managing concerns related to external collaborations, such as intellectual property issues and technology theft issues. Most importantly, doing this helps to increase the number of clients and more business opportunities. Such relationships are what we should be aiming for. However, the reality is that there are plenty of concerns regarding data or digitalization, and it is difficult to take that first step. Of course, activities to enhance efficiency and automation are taking place on a daily basis as a new business and new trend. The keyword connectivity serves as an important point for this new transformation. However, while the connectivity means that sales may increase, on the other hand, counterfeiting and loss of market share might also be possible. Especially for the manufacturing industry, because the leaking of data causes a high degree of concern and is given plenty of attention. We must be mentally prepared, and a huge step forward is required to overcome such a concern. This means starting out from inventory management that do not involve intellectual property and progress management. Take inventory management as an example. What about showing the inventory conditions or progress status to business partners in order to have a common point for a start? In reality, delivery date inquiries and inventory inquiries are being carried out in offices between companies. If the exchange of essential information between different sites and different applications can be done, then we will achieve a level of efficiency not possible at the present moment, giving rise to new business chances. It is very simple to implement this. Upload data from one app onto another app at the other end in a limited manner and collect the limited data. In other words, this is like making a manufacturing SNS for SMEs possible. What is shown here is not the inventory, but rather the progress. A shipment or just a portion of the schedule at the factory being connected directly to the progress management screen of another factory means that what has been impossible until now can be realized, and the business model fit for a new era has been made possible. In this way, within the new digital transformation world, IVI envisages the collaboration of companies that generate new values and not just simply pursuing efficiency. Firstly, by adopting the above mindset, small and medium-sized companies can establish a clear path forward by conducting business while strengthening collaboration with big corporations, and then proceed with using and providing methodologies and solutions. I look forward to working with friends in Taiwan and other regions to realize a new era of digitally connected manufacturing. Thank you for your attention. We would like to thank Mr. Nishioka for his presentation. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Nishioka, for sharing with us how SMEs in the manufacturing sector have been gone about in digital transformation. He also told us the role played by the IVI and the smart thinking project undertaken by the IVI. He also shared with us how digital tools in digital transformation can create new business opportunities. So right now, we would like to move on to our speaker from Europe, Dr. Ben Wagner from the Netherlands. Professor Ben Wagner holds a PhD in political and social sciences from European University Institute. His research focuses on media, technology, laws, social governance, public policy, and interdisciplinary studies. He is now professor of media technology and society at Eindhoven University of Applied Sciences and director of the Hague-based Sustainable Media Lab, and also a member of the Faculty of Creative Business team at Eindhoven. He is going to share with us the new opportunities for global digital business. Let's welcome him.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. My name is Ben Wagner, and I'll be providing the keynote today, New Opportunities for Global Digital Business. So before I get started, just a brief overview so you know who's talking here. I'm Professor of Media Technology and Society and Director of the Sustainable Media Lab in Holland. And I also, in other days of the week, work at TU Delft. As you can see, I've worked at numerous different academic but also government institutions. And so my knowledge and the things that I'll say here is inspired by this path, spending the last decade working closely both in Europe, North America, North Africa, and many other parts of the world on trying to understand how we can make technologies and the associated things with them in society work better with each other. So, very briefly, to get started, what does the future of the global digital economy look like? I think we first have to acknowledge that the global digital economy, in many ways, is quite broken. Only a few weeks ago, Facebook completely failed in many different contexts and in many different ways, and people were unable to access the service. Now, that is not the only form of failure we need to talk about in this context. As I'm sure you've been aware over the last few days, there have been numerous revelations from whistleblowers leaking information to the press and providing extensive information about the many problematic behaviors of Facebook. Now, if this were just limited to Facebook, it wouldn't be such a challenge. I think, however, we need to acknowledge that there's a generalized issue of regulation and governance. And this issue of regulation and governance goes far beyond any one individual company. But rather, it seems like many of the organizations and many of the big tech players which are developing the global digital economy and serve in no small part as its backbone, what is frequently called big tech. These big tech players and these big tech organizations are in themselves doing their business in ways that seem like it's not being regulated at all. If we take just another example, there was a recent case where an app was removed from the App Store by Apple, and only a few days later they replaced the app that they themselves had removed with their own app, which they then provided to consumers. And you can clearly see that the removal of one competitor on a store that you create with your own product poses considerable challenges to competitiveness, but also considerable challenges for businesses to the way they think about digital businesses in an online environment. This challenge, of course, is not just limited to the digital businesses challenge. we also note that these challenges go into the area of politics, where we can see that both Apple and Google removed from their App Store the voting guides of the opposition parties in Russia, directly doing so in what they claimed was complying with Russian law. And what you notice very clearly in these contexts is that it's less of compliance with the rule of law or individual legal regimes, but rather that tech companies comply under pressure, and that pressure can come from numerous different avenues. Now, I'm sure you're wondering now, why is this relevant for the future of global digital business? Why should we talk about all of these aspects? And why are they relevant in the keynote of a conference like this? Well, I strongly believe that when we think about the future of global digital business, we can't ignore these aspects, because if we ignore them, we'll put ourselves in a situation that will make it extremely difficult for the businesses involved to survive and to build a sustainable business model. So, when we ask ourselves, what does the future of the global digital economy look like? I think there are three significant trends that should be discussed in this context. The first is platformization and what is sometimes called Googlenomics, the shift towards a small number of platforms which have inordinate amounts of power and are very, very engaged in essentially creating regulatory regimes themselves for the global digital ecosystem. At the same time, we have quite restrictive regulatory environments that show a rapidly shifting restrictive environment that is shifting very fast and very hard, and shifting ways in which companies and governments engage with the digital environment. And then, of course, affected by all of this, we have considerably vulnerable ecosystems. That means that the media ecosystems behind it, but also the digital businesses that base their business on these ecosystems, are constantly being pushed around, are constantly unsure of what the next business opportunity will be, and are constantly having to pivot. This idea of a pivot is not so much driven by the lack of the quality of a product. It's rather that the environment changes in such a fast-moving way, not because of any individual's decision in the way that you would normally have it as in a marketplace, but rather because of the large tech companies and the associated individuals within them making decisions that can very quickly and rapidly affect your existing business model. So in this environment, it's actually quite interesting that it would be easy to say you shouldn't engage and you shouldn't be involved in this process and you should stay away from the sort of the regulatory aspects. Actually, in this environment, the most interesting thing and the most productive thing from a business perspective is to become a first mover. Because first movers have considerable competitive advantage. You're able to anticipate, respond to, and develop a robust, sustainable business model that can stand the test of time. So how does that work in practice? Well, first and most importantly, if you see regulation coming, you need to find ways to preempt it, not to prevent the regulation, but to ensure that when the regulation comes, it doesn't ruin your business model. So you're trying to build effective governance mechanisms that scale. You don't want the government to force you to do that. You also want to design media ecosystems, often with competitors, that promote interactions and designs that allow for different forms of interaction that mean that you don't need the same degree of regulatory engagement in the first place. For example, if you design your online social media platform in a way that it produces lots of problematic content, inevitably you will be facing lots of regulatory scrutiny in a pretty short amount of time. If, however, you design your platform in a different way to ensure that the mechanisms of the platform are designed as such that you don't even produce these types of hateful content, not because the content has been moderated, which causes all sorts of other regulatory challenges and also challenges for human rights and good governance, but rather that you've designed the platform in a way that the users aren't interested in producing that type of content in the first place. If you're capable of designing that sort of a platform, you've built yourself a fantastic business opportunity while also making sure that the regulators will be less likely to show an interest in it. And of course, you've built something with positive rather than negative social externalities, so your community that you're surrounding yourself within will be happy too. Another key element of thinking about the way in which business happens in the digital business space is thinking about strategic engagement with platforms. Platforms are not neutral spaces. I'll say it again. Platforms are not neutral spaces. And I work with creative media businesses in my work. So if you see here that the examples are related to them, that's very much because of I'm part of a creative media faculty in Holland. And we see incredible opportunities here, both for creative media businesses and more broadly for creative and digital businesses in general, to, when they keep control over their core technology, to not become vulnerable to regulators, but also not become vulnerable to other technology providers. This can even go as far as collaborating with your competitors to build sustainable ecosystems where you avoid lock-in and you ensure that you're not in a situation where you become vulnerable to some of the key challenging aspects of your business being overturned, removed, cancelled even by other technology partners who are putting themselves in a situation where they have control over your business. Now, of course, that means that with that control also becomes a great deal more of responsibility, but ensuring that you are able to do that in that situation means that you have a sustainable business that will pass the test of time. So when we're looking specifically, this is very general now, talking about regulation. What sorts of regulation should you look out for, and what should you be particularly interested in when trying to understand how to future-proof, if you will, your business? I believe there's several areas where there's particular interest and also particular possibilities for collaboration for many of the organizations that are attending these conferences. And perhaps surprisingly, but certainly interestingly, many of these regulations have started in an EU context. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are only European regulations. If anything, they aspire to be more global. However, they also provide fantastic opportunities for businesses who understand the scope and the scale of the regulations to engage with them in a way that allows for the business proposition to be independent of and sustainable even when these regulations are put into place. So the first example, perhaps unsurprisingly, is the General Data Protection Regulation. Now, what's interesting here is not so much the GDPR as it is, but rather the countries which are in a privileged position in the global context in relationship to the GDPR. And you can see there in the left and in the middle, there are a list of countries which are relatively short, which all are in this privileged position where their own data protection regulations have a degree of what's called GDPR adequacy. So Argentina, Canada, Israel, Japan, New Zealand, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and Uruguay all have a degree of GDPR adequacy. Now, on the right, you have two countries which have shown a strong interest and are well on the way towards becoming adequate under the GDPR regime. And this provides extraordinary opportunities, but also challenges. So if you're building a business in a Taiwanese context and a South Korean context right now, it would be smart to build it in a way that the GDPR is not just already considered, but that it's built into your business model, that you're not just doing data protection, but you're making sure that for many areas of your business, there is no personal data being dealt with, and that the data protection risks are extremely low. This reduces the risk of you having to do an impact assessment, or if there's any breach or any problem with your business, being put in a situation that would be uncomfortable or might challenge your business model, and also that might challenge the way in which you economically want to grow and develop your business. So the smart thing is to be prepared well in advance for the GDPR and future developments in the area of data protection by ensuring that you've engineered your systems and your business so that even if the GDPR changes and even if South Korea and Taiwan develop their data protection environments to the extent that they become adequate, that they are compliant with that before even these steps come into place. And that's smart business because it allows you to put yourself in a situation to quite rapidly trade with one of the largest consumer markets in the world, while at the same time dealing with a local audience. So being ready for this development is very smart and allows for considerable business opportunities. However, of course, it's not just the GDPR. And here we have what I think has been called by some commentators, including myself, the GDPR 2.0 or the next GDPR, which is the Digital Services Act, which includes provisions to ensure a safe and accountable online environment. It's attempting to better protect consumers and their fundamental rights and establish powerful transparency and clear accountability frameworks for online platforms. So there are no adequacy measures for this at present. And to be perfectly clear, this is not even a legislative framework within the European Union that has passed yet. At the same time, given the current situation and the numerous things you've heard in this talk, I think it's only reasonable to suggest that in a relatively short space of time, this will come into force, and it will have an effect that will go far beyond the European Union environment. So if you're trying as the European Union to foster innovation and growth, but also as a company, if you want to have benefits from that innovation and growth, The interesting thing to do here is to develop your business in a way that it would also be ready for Digital Services Act style regulations and similar style regulations that are popping up now across the world as well, whether it's in the UK, the US, or in many parts of Asia and Africa as well. So not to say that any of these regulatory frameworks are perfect or that they don't have problems as well. I think it's very well documented in numerous places how they could be improved. But if these regulations are coming, as a company, you need to be ready for that. And that means that if you're dealing with user-generated content, to make sure it's transparent and accountable, if you have to take down user-generated content, which often you will, you make sure that the mechanisms to do that are in place in a way that is also transparent, accountable, and follows some minimum standards of due process, and to make sure that the overall framework of the business that you've developed can be audited by external parties in a way that the claims that you are making about that user-generated content can be externally verified. Now, if you follow those steps and some of the others that are sort of mentioned in the Digital Services Act, you'll have quite a robust business model that will also, if things like the Digital Services Act or similar rules go into place, you'll be in quite a good position to respond to that. And I think this provides an incredible opportunity for businesses, because as those businesses that put these mechanisms in place develop their business, the others that do not will tank as the regulatory frameworks come into place. And increasingly, the key framework, the key question that people funding these businesses will ask will not just be about growth, but can you also sustain in the face of regulation? And companies that are able to say yes to that will be far more attractive than those that are not. And so third and last, the other regulatory framework that you should think about if you're a digital business trying to work in this area is the Artificial Intelligence Act. And I'm going to go out on a limb now and suggest that it might become something like the GDPR 3.0. The Artificial Intelligence Act tries to draw red lines for certain types of high risk or problematic artificial intelligence, and sets up a legislative framework around a very specifically defined set of areas like education and areas like healthcare. And it's quite broad, so you might find that if you're looking at some of the AI applications in a digital business context, it's quite likely that your ideas about AI, if you're using AI in a digital business context, will somehow be included. So it's really important that you consider what the consequences of the Act would be in a digital business context and implement them systematically before, in a year and 2 and 3 years, whenever this Act passes, they are implemented. Now, again, that's a precondition of being able to do business in Europe, but it's also a precondition of being able to do business in numerous other regulatory jurisdictions. There are numerous other countries that are also thinking about doing these types of steps that will require a greater deal of sort of risk awareness and risk assessment by organizations using artificial intelligence in the context of digital businesses. And so it's really important that you look into your business model, that you consider the way in which you develop those technologies to ensure that if you think you might be considered high risk, and many of the organizations here probably will be, then you should take the steps and mitigation measures similar to the other regulatory frameworks that we've discussed before to make sure that you're responding to those risks before the law is in place. So you build your business and you build your technology in a way that they are resilient to these risks and that they are ensuring that they are not likely to be swept away when another step of regulation comes. Because while it seems like the large big tech organizations have been around for a while, you can notice that in regulatory changes, small organizations are squeezed by these every single day. And it's quite difficult to sustain in a sort of a larger, wider regulatory context, both towards big tech and towards regulators, unless you're smart about responding to these regulatory environments. So, what should be the long-term goal? I believe that what we need to be working towards in this context is not just avoiding, preempting, responding to regulation, but actually when we create value, when we're creating business ecosystems, that we think about the way that these business ecosystems can be developed for the long term. So really developing sustainable ecosystems with community-led approaches, but also working with all stakeholders to build these spaces. And when I say media here, what we're really talking about is digital content, but also digital technologies. So anything that is relevant to your business that is digital, think about whether it's sustainable. Think about whether the infrastructure providers you use to host your websites are sustainable. Think about the way in which you are dependent on different partners in order to be able to provide your business. And think if something changes there, whether that would be sustainable. And think about, in all of these contexts, to make sure that you are creating spaces for ecosystems that allow these types of environments to flourish. Sometimes it's better to collaborate than compete. and really make sure that you're building an ecosystem and a community of organizations that can really stand the test of time. Because if you build your business for a winner-takes-all model, you'll be very lonely pretty soon. And the likelihood of becoming that big, that fast, that you can push everybody out of the way is not so great. Rather than going for a winner-takes-all model, it's much better to go for a collaborative model that will ensure that you're able to really withstand the test of time, both as a business at an individual level and creating ecosystems that can really build and flourish there. So in Holland, we're working very hard to build a sustainable media lab where we really try and develop these ideas further. We're very excited to collaborate with any of the organizations here who are interested in doing that, because we really believe that media businesses and businesses more broadly need to be built in a way that they can stand the test of time. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions or requests, you can find me on Twitter, and you can also contact me by contacting the conference organizers. It's been a great pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed listening to this, and thank you for your time.
Once again, we are very grateful to Dr. Ben Wagner. Again, his presentation proves to be very insightful. He talked about 3 key trends to the digital future we are going to face. And the key trends will be very important considerations for the corporate sector as well. He shared with us his observations and recommendations. So we thank Dr. Ben Wagner. After listening to the 2 speakers from abroad, next we would like to hear views from local entrepreneurs. We are pleased to have Dr. Alan Yang, CTO of Advantech, with us. He holds a PhD in computer science from Yale University. He joined Advantech as CTO in 2014. He has been leading his team to build WisePass AIoT for Advantech. Today, he's going to share with us new business models and business opportunities built on AIoT and WisePass. Let's welcome him. Good morning. It is my honor to be invited by Professor Huang to attend the forum. We know that there has been a lot of press coverage about AI, IoT, digital business opportunities. So what's the relationship between all the key terms we see and read and hear in the media? First of all, allow me to introduce myself. I work as a CTO at Advantech. Some of you may have not heard of Advantech. Advantech is a specialist in industrial PC. There are different Chinese translations of industrial PC. Our company was set up 38 years ago. Our founder is still working very diligently. In 2020, the revenue of Advantech was about 50 billion NT dollars. Because of our high profitability and high margins, our market cap is about 300 billion NTD. We focus on IoT, smart manufacturing, and smart medicine and logistics, etc., as well as smart city. Before I joined Advantech, in 2014, Advantech has been the world's #1 supplier of industrial PC. After I joined Advantech, the chairperson told me that he foresaw a big wave of growth for industrial PC. because there would be a lot of data on the edge. How can we make the best use of such data to help our clients to streamline the process of collecting such data at a lower cost? Therefore, I was given the responsibility to draft and create a platform. Now, you may have heard platforms are the key to digital transformation. And I think Dr. Wagner and Mr. Nishioka talked about digital governance and methodologies for digital transformation in the manufacturing sector. What they say have a lot to do with what I'm going to present now. Advantech is a company that focuses on industrial PC. We are in the B2B business. Especially, we know that in the face of the new wave of digital transformation along the value chain, if you are a company, if you have a team, what is your position? Who are your upstream and downstream partners? Who are your peers? Many consumers may not be familiar with Advantech as a brand, but for many automation manufacturers as well as companies in the industrial sector, we are a well-known brand. In fact, the Industrial Bureau of Taiwan every year commissions Interbrand to conduct a brand survey across different industries. We made it to the final short list in 2013. Over the years, our ranking has been improving over the years.
So that was about Advantech. But if we take a global perspective, in fact, from 2009 to 2019, we can see that the composition of the top 10 companies has changed greatly. In 2009, most of those top 10 companies were still mostly were oil companies, even though at that time we already had Microsoft and Alphabet in the top 10 list. But fast forward to 2019, you can see that number 9 and number 10 and Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, only these 3 companies were in the 2009 top 10 list. And in 2019, 7 of those top 10 companies were IT companies. And these are not just IT companies. These companies are very good at leveraging their digital capability or information or data to create a team or in a company and to create value for their clients. So the key word here is digital capability. And I recommend you to read this book, Platform Revolution, which was published in 2016. I believe that you've heard about the word platform, and the business model of platform has crushed traditional business models because a platform is able to disintermediate traditional business models. For example, e-commerce and Airbnb, these are platform companies, and they bring business to end customers directly. In the past, if you want to match businesses and end customers, you need to have a meeting, physical meeting. But with these platform, the businesses and clients can be matched at all time, 24/7. And again, this is the top 10 companies by market cap in 2021. As you can see that the third one is Saudi Aramco, a state-run oil company of Saudi Arabia, because it's a big company, so it's top 3. But as you can see that among the top 12 largest companies in the world so far, 9 of them are tech companies. This is the latest number. I'm not saying that tech companies are better, but tech companies are better at using data. And this is a report published by Gartner. When it comes to digital transformation can be applied to different industries, of course, including the manufacturing sector. Manufacturing sector is very important because they produce cars, food, all kinds of equipment for our daily life. So it is safe to say that manufacturing sector is the foundation of our economy. But in addition to manufacturing, transportation, financial industries, they can all be engaged in digital transformation. But the key to successful digital transformation is digital capability. You need to create and build your digital capability. But what does that mean? Take this for example. Before and after you have a smartphone, actually your life goes on, right? However, your smartphones do make your life a lot easier. It's right now it's easier for you to connect with your friends and family using WhatsApp or Line, and you can use Uber Eats or other apps to hail a taxi. So yes, your life goes on, but those apps and smartphones make your life a lot easier. But when it comes to businesses, right now, whether you are a traditional business or a financial company, before we have computers, you need to manually write down all the numbers on your ledger. But with PC, everything is digitized, and your operation efficiency is greatly improved. So if you are a manufacturing company, whether you manufacture machine tools, whether you produce computers or textiles, as long as you are a manufacturing company, the whole supply chain from inputs all the way through research and development and shipments. I think that as a manager, you need to monitor the whole process and figure out a way to digitize the process and optimize the process. And because right now we have a great number of digital tools to use, so I think that there are always places or ways in your production process to be digitized and be optimized, because we have a lot more options in terms of digital tools. And again, I recommend these 2 books for you. On the left, it's Computing in the Age of AI. Even though the Chinese translation of this book does not mention the word AI, but it's about AI. AI is not something new. It has been in existence for decades. But recently, we had a big breakthrough in terms of artificial intelligence. Why? Because AI helps us to sift through a large number of data. And from the seas of data, artificial intelligence can make accurate judgment or expert judgment and produce very good results. This is not a very difficult technology. The problem is that whether or not you have good quality of data. For example, like convenience stores. If you are an owner of a convenience store, if you're good at that, you will know that how many coffee or how many bread or buns you need to purchase every day and to reduce the waste. And of course, when you make your order, you have to consider the number of population locally and also the some seasonal factors. So being a good convenience store owner, you know how to do your job, but it is difficult to transfer your experience and your ideas to the next generation. So that's a real life example, right? But if it's in a manufacturing company, an experienced, the yield or the quality, production quality between an experienced worker and an inexperienced worker, the gap can be quite huge. And the same also applies to hospitals. For example, if you are an experienced doctor, of course, your diagnosis is much more precise than an intern, right? In the past, everything was dependent on our experience. But today, with the help of AI, we can digitize everything and makes everything more transparent, and it's easier for us to convey and transfer our expertise to the next generation. And on the right-hand side, this book is Rethinking Competitive Advantage. And the book is all about how to use AI and new technologies to transform the competitive landscape of different industries. For example, in the past, you may simply be a seller selling products, but in the future, you not only have to sell products, but also you need to provide services. And coming to this slide, the key concept is a data-driven framework. In the past decades, a lot of companies have created their IT division. And in that IT division, you can have 1 employee, 10 employees, or hundreds of employees. And the purpose of creating an IT division is to store your data in a digital format, whether it's your human resource data, your order system, etc., etc. In the past 3 or 4 decades, the IT division has played a very important role. Think about this. Every morning, you go into your office, you turn on your laptop, you receive your email, read your emails, and you read your Excel files, all those reports. But when it comes to a factory, in a factory, you have workers, you have supervisors monitoring the whole supply chain. But the thing is that even though the whole process is fixed, but still every day there are still questions, problems, or challenges that you need to tackle. You have to rely on human judgment. But there has been a gap in terms of the way of thinking between your IT division and your manufacturing sector. In fact, there tends to be a huge gap in terms of the look at things between these two divisions. So in the past, yes, businesses have built very powerful IT systems internally. But those were proprietary IT systems. And sometimes those systems cannot be adapted to fit the needs of different departments. And because those IT systems, or the digital transformation 1.0, were process-driven. But today, we're looking at digital transformation 2.0, we have to transform from process-driven to data-driven transformation. So when it comes to digital transformation, it's all about data-driven. It's not difficult, but it's not easy as well. This is the Gartner's hype cycle. And as you can see that it includes different types of IoT and AI technologies. And you can see a lot of key words in it. But each dot, each triangle represents a technology module. And you can choose which module to adopt to enhance your effectiveness or efficiency. And as you can see that the cycle includes 5 different stages: innovation trigger, peak of inflated expectations, through of disillusionment, and slope of enlightenment. And the 2000 tech bubble was a very good example. And coming back to Advent Tech, we have been focusing on industrial PCs for decades. And in the past, we used to focus on automation, the automation of some edge equipments. And as you know, that those edge systems or those edge equipments, they are all sources of data. And that's why it is important. These data is very important for our data-driven transformation. And because Advent Tech has been focusing on industrial PCs, and those PCs have been collecting information and data from those edge equipments, and naturally, we can help our customers to collect the data and create a data-driven platform. Take Daikin, for example. Daikin is a air conditioner manufacturer. For Daikin's commercial clients, they can use their data-driven platform to collect information from the air conditioners that are installed at their consumers or their customers' businesses. In a way, after they collect the information, they can predict the challenges or the problems that their clients encounter. And another example is jet engine manufacturer, Rolls-Royce. Because right now, Rolls-Royce has installed sensors on their jet engines collecting data 24/7. So with the help of those data, Rolls-Royce can estimate whether or not they need to provide maintenance service for their the jet engines and try to minimize the downtime of the jet engines and keep it in the air. And when it comes to digital transformation, I think it all starts with those physical equipments, collecting data for those edge equipments, because you first have to collect data. But of course, that also has to do with the system, because in certain companies, their system is closed, and in other companies, their systems are open. But we're very experienced in that. And after you collect the data from those equipments, you have to put it in a pool. And right now, we have a data lake in which this is a cloud-native platform, and you can use those software to pack those data, and you can continue to add information in this data lake. It's quite elastic, and you can expand the scale. So the first step is to the first thing to do is data visualization. Why visualization? It is because it helps your on-site experts to understand the challenges on-site in a visual manner. Because as a human expert, what they see, when they see something, they can identify the problem. For example, maybe something's wrong with a certain equipment. So visualization does help those on-site experts to identify the problems. And the second thing is digital twin, because you need to create a good model. Well, it's not that difficult. When it comes to model, it means that you need to have a model to collect data from your equipment, whether it's every 5 minutes or every 1 hour. So this is a low coding service. And when it comes to low coding, it means that you don't need to spend a lot of time doing the coding. All you have to do is to connect the asset models with the data lake. And with the model, you will be able to diagnose or even predict and also optimize the efficiency of the assets. And the third part is whether it's diagnosis or estimation or optimization. It's easy to say, but it's difficult to implement. The key is that whether or not you can continuously predict or optimize. For example, you have to make sure that the voltage of the electricity or the level of vibration of the equipment must be kept within a certain range. And you need help. You also need the help from industrial AI to first collect data and control the parameter. So as you can see that there are three modules, and they can be combined together. And they can be deployed within a couple of months and operate. So it's relatively fast, even though it still takes a few months to implement.
On this slide, I'll go through it very quickly. So this is a scenario where digital transformation takes place in a factory. So first, as is, but then you need to invest in the peripheral equipment so that you can collect your data. And then in the data lake, you have more software and hardware. Meaningful optimization of your operation will take place here. But then AI is not that difficult. You have to make sure you have a large amount of quality data, and then after you have data in place, you don't need to worry any turnover in your company. And of course, along with data, there's a marketplace that we have created. There are some success stories I would like to share with you, including textile manufacturers, cement makers, and dyeing companies, dye-making companies. Well, I'm sorry I have to put it this way. Hospitals are pretty much like factories. So if you are treating patients, the logic behind this is quite similar to how a factory makes a product. So after hearing what I just said, please feel free to contact us if you are interested in the WisePass ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yang, for your sharing. We know that Advantech is the world's #1 supplier of industrial PC. Based on the extensive experience built at Advantech, Dr. Yang told us a lot of new trends in relation to digital transformation. So that concludes the first half of the morning session. Later, we are going to have 2 panel discussions. We are very honored to have invited a number of experts from different industries to share with us their insights. There will be representatives from companies that have demand for digital transformation and digital technologies, and representatives from companies that provide such technologies. So now we are going to take a 10-minute break. Please come back in 10 minutes for the panel discussions. Thank you. Welcome back. After listening to 3 keynote speeches from speakers in Japan, the Netherlands, and Taiwan, now we are going to proceed with 2 panel discussions taking on the issue of digital transformation from the demand and supply of the corporate sector. First of all, we are going to look at the demand from the corporate sector. In particular, we would like to review the digital transformation experience of big international companies. We are very pleased to have Ms. Lulu Yan, spokesperson from Dongtai Machine and Tool, and also our panelist, the EVP Eva Ling from Shanghai Steel, as well as Chairperson Brian Zhang from Machan International, as well as CEO of Nice Garden Industrial, Mr. Wu Jiheng. Now, I'll give the floor to our moderator, Ms. Yan. Thank you. Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Lulu Yan, spokesperson for Dongtai Machine and Tool. I'm also director of Taiwan Digital Enterprise Alliance. You can call me Lulu. I'm very honored to be the moderator of this session along with our stellar line of panelists. We know that in the wake of the China-US trade war and the pandemic, 2020 has been a year of mixed feelings for many of us because many companies struggled in the year 2020, yet transformation was taking place. And in 2021, we have seen some fruitful results. And panelists here represent companies that have taken advantage of the crisis to transform their businesses. First of all, let me introduce to you our panelists. The first one is a very handsome young man. He often likes to refer to himself as the Iron Man. Actually, he is Brian Zhang, chairman of Machan International. He has been working for his family business for over 20 years, and now he's the chairman, the leader of his family business. Next to him is a beautiful panelist, that is Lin Yufang, Eva Ling from Shanghai Steel. So Executive Vice President Lin will share with us what kind of transformation has taken place in the steel sector. And Mr. Wu, Kevin Wu from Nice Garden Industrial, he was once awarded as the top 10 outstanding youth in Taiwan. So without further ado, I would like to ask our panelists to introduce their companies respectively. Ms. Moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am the chairperson of Machan International. You can call me Brian. Let me briefly introduce to you my company. We specialize in metal work and processing, especially in tool storage. Well, you may not know what tool storage is. In fact, if you have ever seen the movie Iron Man, in Iron Man's garage, there are a lot of products made by our company. So our products have been evolving and upgrading constantly. As for me, there are 3 keywords you should know about me: passion. All my friends know that I'm full of passion for life and work. Secondly, I'm the second generation business leader in a family business. And smart business or smart management, that is another keyword you should know about me. Over these years, my company has been applying more and more smart and intelligent tools to optimize our business. So that's my self-introduction. Eva, please. I am the EVP of Shanghai Steel. You can call me Eva. Shanghai Steel is the leading company in the expanded metal and architecture type in Taiwan. As for expanded metal, it is very flexible. It can be applied to the facade of high-rise buildings, and it can be used to build a mesh metal. So I am a designer by training. Therefore, I have tried to transform the traditional thinking in the steel sector. Basically, I apply digital analysis and visualize my design in new products so that we can reach new clients and markets. Thank you. Kevin. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizer for the invitation. And I thank Lulu for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here. So, in fact, right now, my company is limited to Taiwan market because our company is specialized in livestock, animal husbandry. Especially, we produce a lot of animal nutrition supplements. So, however, the business has been quite challenging for a long time. Therefore, I decided that maybe we need to transform our business and competence. In other words, from animal nutrition supplements to pork products development. Therefore, we have been able to come up with new brands for pork products. After all, pork is widely consumed by Taiwanese people. In the process, I have learned that most animal husbandry operators in Taiwan are not that digitalized. Therefore, it's difficult to leapfrog from what it is now to the future. Thank you. Well, let me introduce our company too. Dongtai Machine and Tool is #1 supplier of machine tools, including machining center and PCB machine, laser machine, etc. For the past decade, Dongtai has been expanding its line of products because our clients are having increasingly diverse demands. In fact, we have been able to come up with very flexible, just-in-time production lines. Along the way, the business model has been changed too. So later, I will share with you the Dongtai's experience as well. Okay, now down to business. Brian put it very well. Instead of focusing on smart manufacturing, maybe the focus should shift to smart management and smart operation. However, speaking of smart manufacturing, many people will say, well, let me get an ERP, let me get a robotic arm, that will do the trick. However, this can be a very long journey, starting from discussions about the right model, right tools. There are a lot of challenges and difficulties. People sometimes can be the most difficult part to address. So I would like to ask Eva first. I know Eva put everything, very easily. However, I know that when we go for transformation, there are challenges within the organizations. Please share with us your experience. Well, yes, people can be the biggest problem, from the janitors in the company to the chairperson and shareholders of the company. They can pose challenges all along the way. Why? Everyone has questions, and you have to know what their pain points are. It's not difficult to look for digital tools. Making the choice is the difficult part, but you have to know what answer you are looking for. If you don't know what question you're trying to answer, it seems that each digital tool meets your needs. However, it's not the case, especially if there is no support from senior executives and the chairperson. Things can be even more thorny. So I tried to communicate with everyone, and we first identified problems at our organization from big to small, and then we analyzed the core or the root cause of these problems. All our executives were involved in the discussion. Therefore, I think it is imperative that you have to show the employees that the leadership is ready and prepared to address the pain points they are feeling. So transformation itself is not that difficult, but it's hard to take the first step. That's why we decided to take baby steps. We set mini targets so that employees at our company can be more confident in the use of such digital tools. And then we gradually move on to expand the scope of transformation. Now, Kevin, what about you? Okay, so Kevin, the floor is yours. People, well, that is already addressed by Eva, so I will move on to talk about other difficulties. First of all, we have to communicate to decide who is the person, who's the owner of the transformation project. When we first introduced the ERP system, we already have had someone in charge of the project, so I was not involved that much. And I later realized that it was a big mistake. So starting from the very beginning, make sure you stay involved. So whether or not you as a leader are involved can make a huge difference, because by being involved, you get to know what problems your colleagues are experiencing and what help you can render for them. So communication, involvement are very important. And of course, small and medium-sized enterprises have different levels of resources and sophistication. So I think there's one thing they all have in common, that is they should all first ask themselves why they want to go for transformation. You don't go for digital transformation for the sake of transformation. There are different definitions of digital transformation. One of them is transformation or digital transformation aims to change the business model, the customer experience, and increase profitability. So ask yourself, why do you want to have digital transformation? Your answer will decide what you are going to do next. If you see MES system is good, if this digital tool is good and that one is amazing, you may lose your way and lose sight of why you want to do this in the first place. So what do you want to create? What value do you want to create? That's the first question you have to answer. And I'm not from the academic world. So you have to evaluate what's going on inside your company and outside your company. You don't want to do things based on lagging indicators. Secondly, once you want to go for transformation, your business model needs to be changed as well, because at the end of the day, you want to make sure that your transformation will impress your consumers and clients that things are different. So internally, externally, changes have to take place at the same time.
Thank you. After listening to Eva's response, and also after listening to Kevin's comments, actually the biggest challenge is that you need to have someone from the top and take the lead and implement the transformation top down. And just like Kevin said, that he gave us a failure example because he said that when it comes to transformation or change, not everyone will understand you, will support you, and some people will doubt you. But if you can commit yourself to the change or the transformation, if you stick to it, more and more people will understand you and follow you. So we talked about transformation and change. But when it comes to Taiwan, most businesses in Taiwan are export-oriented. But of course, Kevin, he is currently focusing on domestic market. But when it comes to Mongchang International, your revenue is about 2 billion NT dollars per year, which is big. So obviously, you not only focus on domestic market but also international markets. So the question for Brian is that how do you take the leap from domestic market to international market? I was told that I have 10 minutes to answer. So when it comes to digital transformation, I would like to talk about this point from two perspectives. First of all, our products are sold or exported to Western countries. So I'd like to start with the sales side. So we know that digital transformation had been ongoing before the pandemic, and the pandemic has become an accelerator that make the transformation even faster. And during the pandemic, most of our clients started to work from home. They have changed their way of life, and they also changed the way they work. In addition, because of the pandemic, we need to move our sales activities from offline to online. But when it comes to online marketing, you need to dedicate more resources into your marketing strategy. For example, you need to find you need to work with the key opinion leaders. You need to promote your products in social media, etc., etc. You need to attract more potential clients. Actually, as I said, that our sales activities are moving from offline to online, and we have to track them, and we have to figure out who are our potential clients, how to attract them, how to keep them, how to keep their attention. As a result, we need to have a deeper research on our clients, on their needs, and also how to have access to our clients. So when it comes to marketing or the sales side, things are changing fast. But in the past 2 years, as you know that we're all grounded here in Taiwan. So in the past, we were used to have one-on-one meeting, physical meetings. But in the past 2 years, we have again moved everything, our meetings from offline to online. And because of all the offers that we devote to online marketing, our IT division is not just responsible for our IT system. They're also really, really good at making good videos to showcase our products online. Because our clients are all abroad, they're all grounded as well. So we need to produce a video that properly introduces the competitiveness of our products. And we need to attract orders from our clients with those online marketing campaigns. So the world is changing, and we need to transform and change our capability. So our clients are changing, and we also have to change as well. So that's on the sales side. But because Machan International is a manufacturing company, and another big challenge is declining birth rate, not just in Taiwan, but it's a global problem. Not sure if you know this, but I think starting from last year or the year before, our total population has been on a declining trajectory. In other words, in the future, Taiwan's population will decline from 23 million, maybe to 22 million or 21 million. That's a big challenge to us because with shrinking population, it's difficult for us to find quality labor. And as you can see, that even countries like Southeast Asian countries, they used to have demographic bonus, but not so much or even not anymore. So given the change of shrinking population, we will have to figure out how to increase productivity to adapt to a shrinking population. So we have to speed up our transformation. So take China, for example. In fact, starting from a couple of years ago, we have been challenged by shrinking workforce. It was quite difficult for us to hire workers. And because of that, we need to figure out a way to create a smart production procedure. We have to reconstruct our production process. And the reason that we are steps ahead of our peers because a couple of years ago, we saw this challenge in China because China is no longer enjoying demographic bonus. And for companies to survive in the future, the most important core competitiveness is that you need to be able to deal with the challenges or the problems by yourselves, not relying on external partners. If you fail to do that, you won't be able to survive the shrinking population challenge. And a few points to share with you as well. In terms of digital transformation, we can see that capable companies are speeding up, accelerating their transformation, and even in a more comprehensive manner. Take Machan International, for example. We used to focus our transformation on the manufacturing side, but right now we are introducing digital transformation to our management section. So digital transformation is not only about our production process or the manufacturing activities. The whole company, including the management level, must be transformed in a digital manner. So whether it's decision making, whether it's management, and of course including the manufacturing process, everything has to be transformed and digitized. And what are the challenges or the changes to be expected? I think that for companies that have transformed themselves digitally, they will be able to make decisions much more quickly. Why? Because they can have access to all the data, all the numbers quickly. Because when you try to transform yourself, you need a lot of data and number to help with the digitization. So if you can collect data from all parts or all corners from your companies, that will be a lot easier for you and more efficient for you to make decisions. So take Marchand International, for example. With our years of transformation experience, right now our decision making is much more flexible and much more precise. And so I believe that digital transformation is very helpful to businesses, and this is something we must do. Thank you, Brian. So after listening to Brian's comments, he said that crisis brings opportunities. And just like Brian said earlier, when it comes to marketing, you have to focus on your clients. We know that when you try to promote changes or reforms within your company, sometimes you may encounter some challenges. But when you say that it is a requirement from our clients, well, most of the people or your employees or your boss will follow your suggestions because you have to put clients first. So, and again, when you try to implement digital transformation, you have to do it in a top-down manner, and you have to transform your business model, and you have to move fast, because everyone else is accelerating their transformation. If you can act fast, if you can speed up, you will be more flexible when it comes to your operation, when it comes to your manufacturing or decision-making activities. And Eva, I know that recently you had an interview from a media, right? And you have successfully opened up a Middle East market, right? Well, thanks to the pandemic has disrupted global supply chains, and because of the pandemic, as other panelists said, that most of the procurement process or procurement activities moved from offline to online. And because of that, that gave us an opportunity. I tried to adjust the keyword on search engine so that whatever keyword you use to search, you will see Shanghai Steel on the search result. Let me ask you a question. When it comes to Taidong County, what comes to your mind first? Well, most of you may think of like a hot balloon, right? So the same applies to the keyword search, because if someone who's not familiar with the steel industry, when they search for suppliers, they wouldn't use the word expanded metal or diamond mesh. No, I try to come up with some keywords. For example, I need some steel products put in the toilet, something like that. We did a lot of brainstorming internally to expand the number of keywords so that whatever industry you come from, whatever industry you work for, the procurement department will easily find our company, our website. And we know that the economies in the Middle East countries are booming, and they try to build a lot of skyscrapers. Of course, they need a lot of steel. So I think that our products are quite competitive, and we also have a lot of eco-friendly data, and we also try to market our products in an ESG manner or ESG friendly manner, so that we try to persuade those procurement departments from Middle East companies to purchase our products. So yes, pandemic is a crisis, but it also brings opportunities. And Kevin, anything to add in terms of CRM? Because Brian, you didn't use up your 10 minutes. Yeah, you still have a few minutes left. And the other two panelists talked about marketing strategies, whether it's for the manufacturing sector, whether it's in steel industry, working with key opinion leaders, etc. As I said, that our products focus on domestic market only. So the first panelist, he talked about supply chain integration, and that's for him in terms of the sales side. But for me, I will focus on the supply side, because most of my ingredients come from European countries, and those European raw material suppliers, they also wanted to integrate my company into their supply chain. So it's kind of like the other way around. So when it comes to integrating into someone else's supply chain, we know it's rational. But the problem is that I don't really want to disclose my inventory data to my downstream or upstream suppliers. I do have some concern about that. So I think that the first thing we need to do is maybe we can have some sort of preliminary integration into the supply chain, and we can maybe take some baby steps at the very beginning, trying to integrating our supply chain. I don't know if I want to do that right now, but I think that we can have some sort of preliminary cooperation to make sure that the supply of raw materials won't face certain constraints or shortage. I'm still trying to decide whether or not to integrate into those European countries and supply chain. And in terms of the DNA database, because we would like to link to, for example, a European company's DNA database, and use the DNA to develop new kinds of animal nutrition supplements, etc., etc. So as we can see that the DNA database owner would like to make sure that their data is not leaked outside. But on my side, I use their DNA data to develop my own products, but I may not want to share my R&D results with them. So it's a big challenge. So you talked about your transformation experiences, and you also said that you have a lot of resources to use. And Kevin, you do have some friends, peers in the same industry, and Kevin also work with your partners, your friends, and you kind of like leverage the resources and pull the resources together and change your business strategy, right? So when it comes to our peer group, we know that every company has to transform itself, but the problem is that to what degree and how to do that. So in our second generation peer group, sometimes because we are in different industries, we can learn something different from others. Because if you only interact or make friends with someone in the same industry, you won't be able to think outside of the box. So the thing is that you need to exchange new ideas with people from different industries. So in terms of the digital integration of the whole value chain, as I said that we are in the animal industry. We manufacture animal feed and animal nutrition supplement. But the thing is that how do we customize products for our clients? But the thing is that when our clients describe their requirements to us, sometimes they are very vague, not very precise. But we have to be precise in terms of the ingredients. We need to have some numbers, right? So especially in the industries such as the animal feed industry or the animal nutrition supplement industry, we're still quite traditional. We are not that digitized. But in the past decade, when we try to digitize the industry and we try to promote a software to our clients and help them to input their data in the database, actually, they gradually realize that it brings great benefits to them. Not to mention that in recent years, we also faced the threat of African swine flu, etc., etc. So what I'm trying to do is to work with our clients, and we help our clients to digitize their system, and we can figure out their current status in terms of the animal farms, the nutrition, or the illnesses of their animals, etc. So we can do it remotely and have the real-time data feeding into our system. So we are changing our business model and upgrading client experience. But no matter how much vision no matter what kind of visions you have or how much visions you have, you need to have effective communication with your clients, and you have to be patient talking to your clients.
Well, as Kevin said, remote diagnosis, I would like to share with you the Dongtai's experience. Smart manufacturing is followed by the physical and cyber integration. At Dongtai, the clients need to share with us their data so that we can collect information about their machine. It will be the key. So when the client knows clearly what he or she wants, then they will be more willing to share such information with us. Trust will be less of an issue. As Kevin said, remote diagnosis is something very prevalent. We have been using digital tools at Dongtai. We know that the repair person or technicians dispatched to the client site have a very hard time. Now, because of the pandemic, our technicians cannot go to the client's factories to perform such inspections. Therefore, remote inspection has to take place. So now, I would say somehow the pandemic, of course, has brought about a lot of challenges, but the cost has been cut down because of the reduced travel expenses. No more technicians' business trip to other countries. So maybe once we enter the post-pandemic era, the way we work will no longer be the same as it used to be. So a lot of activities will go online. We lead a more efficient life. That means we need to more and longer, I guess. So once you become digitalized, transparency will increase. However, the other side of the coin is privacy. How do we balance the two is very important. There are regulations to oversee the balance between the two. However, trust between people is still the key, because if the client does not want to share with us such information, there's no way we can provide more tailor-made solutions. Because of the pandemic, it seems that there's some silver lining out of this crisis. I guess right now all the stars are aligned for digital transformation. And at the same time, we have to make sure that we can persuade and convince the client that their privacy and information security will be safeguarded. So a regulatory framework as well as trust between people are enablers. So Brian, well, you have been quiet for some time. So Brian, you have been working for your company for 20 years. What is the key to successful transformation? In terms of data exchange, there are pros and cons for sure, especially if you want to exchange data with your clients. If you want the client to provide data with you, this, of course, has a lot to do with our desire to have better inventory management. Because sometimes the clients may engage in overbooking or simply forget to place orders with us. That may cause us some problems in the inventory amount. But with data exchange, we will be able to communicate with the client whether or not they have placed too many orders for the time being. So such transparency or such data exchange and transfer work to the client's advantage as well. This is something we have to communicate with the client. So that's something I'd like to share with you. You asked for information for the client. What's in it for the clients? You have to let them know. Next, speaking of the transformation at Machan International, you may wonder why this smartly dressed young people on the stage talking about. Eva actually came to our company yesterday, and she knows what I'm talking about. The digital transformation does not start overnight. In fact, about 6 or 7 years ago, we began to think about transforming our business. I started as a sales representative for the company. At that time, I thought, Machan International should be up here. However, its performance is down here. Therefore, there's a huge gap between aspiration and reality. It dawned on me that it's time for transformation and change. However, at that time, our business was booming, and the employees were very skeptical about my proposal, wondering what I was up to. So I told my staff members that it's time to change. The crisis I saw at that time was if we don't this right now, our advantage will disappear in a number of years. Most employees do not see crisis looming on the horizon. All they see is booming business, a lot of orders coming in. Therefore, as managers, as leaders, we have to foresee and envision what our advantage are going to be down the road. So I saw the problem. Therefore, I made proposals to convince my employees to buy in the idea. I arranged them to visit a lot of other companies, for example, Dongtai Machine, and also automotive industries, so that my employees got to see what was going on in different sectors. Very often, when I made any proposals to my employees, they were saying there's no way we could do what the automotive industry is doing. It's too costly. So they simply told me that our company was not competent enough to engage in that sort of business. So I think as leaders, you have to be very patient. You have to sit down, listen to your employees, So the first step, we made a lot of site visits to other companies. And then we came back to the company. We reviewed our inventory. We reviewed our financial reports. And then we identified shortcomings and defectives in our performance. And then we began to contact consulting companies to help us. Even now, 6 or 7 years into the transformation journey, we still have consultants accompanying us in performing visits and meetings. So with the help from consultants, we began to, one step at a time, transform our company. We started with rationalization and standardization. In fact, before you go for digitization, make sure everything is rationalized and standardized within the company. Otherwise, there's no way you can complete the digital transformation. Therefore, at our company, we began with standard setting and rationalization at the company. For example, we rewrote the PMP, policy and procedures, and SOPs in the company. Based on the new processes, we rewrote all those SOPs. So what brought us to digital transformation? Once you realize there are so many problems, you realize you need to have records. You need to have everything documented. For example, we need to first make sure we know how big our warehouses are, and then with increased business, we want to speed up our logistics. Then the IT system has to catch up as well. If we want to have smaller warehouse, then we need to be more efficient in terms of logistics. IT system has to be more powerful. Therefore, IT system is the first step we take so that we can reduce our inventory, having smaller warehouses. So at that time, we continuously downsized the warehouse we had. So digital transformation can be a big issue. To implement them requires a lot of small steps taken one at a time. So don't be too ambitious at the beginning. Otherwise, your team will suffer losing confidence in your proposal. Starting with quick wins so that you can have buy-ins from your team members. Once you build a lot of small successes, your employees will be more confident in using such digital tools. And then they will begin to develop their own digital tools. So at our company, we focus 1 or 2 things a year from MES, supply chain management, quality control management. So 1 to 2 topics a year. 7 years ago, if you ask me if I could imagine what we would be like today, I would say no. It's beyond my wildest imagination that we could achieve so much and be where we are right now. However, I think we are good in that we take one step at a time, and over time, we have seen fruitful results. Thank you for that wonderful summary. We still have some time to entertain questions from the floor. So there's one hand. Good morning. So my question is, you come from the agriculture sector, the manufacturing industry. So in terms of digital transformation, as you said, first of all, you have to realize there are problems in the company. But if we talk about digital transformation, we need to see synchronous efforts made by the public and private sectors. For example, we should have e-government. After all, a lot of data is held in the hands of government, especially for the agribusiness and weather information and data, for example. So is it possible that we can facilitate such digital transformation in the public and the private sector at a lower cost with higher efficiency, better results? Any ideas? Thank you for the question. So it's about how we can tap into the resources in the public sector to accelerate your own digital transformation. I will try to answer the question, and then I'll give the floor to Kevin. There's no panacea or quick fix to digital transformation. And the key to digital transformation is not on digital, but on transformation. If you want your company to change and transform, there's no quick fix. Otherwise, there will be problems. As for resources at the public sector, some people ask us, well, your company is such a big corporation. Why you are still applying for subsidies and grants from the government? In fact, government offers a lot of grants and subsidies for industries. So I always encourage my peers, my friends, to apply for such assistance from the government, because you have to write the application, you have to write a plan, and by writing such a proposal, you will have a better idea what you want to achieve. If you don't know how to write such application or proposals, seek help from professionals, experts, consultants. Even if you don't get subsidies in the end, the process of thinking about writing such proposals will be very helpful. If you don't have a lot of resources, you can slow down, take a slower pace in transformation.
So you need to write a proposal to the government. In the end, whether or not you get the subsidies or not, it doesn't matter. Of course, we always want to receive subsidies from the government, and that will help us to accelerate our transformation. But writing the proposal itself can be very helpful. Whether or not you receive the subsidies in the end, I think that can still be quite helpful to your digital transformation. And I have a few points to add. Actually, at the very beginning at Shanghai Steel, we seek help from the academia. We have some experts from the academia to help us to identify the pain points. And with the help of those professors and academia, they can also help us introduce some government supports. And to be honest, those academic experts, right, academia, they have really advanced technology or new ideas. However, most of us tend to overlook them. So I think it is important that maybe the first step for you is to seek help from colleges or universities or researchers. That can be a very good first step. Actually, I don't understand your question because your question is very general. I'm not quite sure what you want to ask, but based on the response of the two panelists, of course, you can try to find resources from the governments or the academia. If you want to do POC, if you want to expand your transformation, you can always seek help from the public sector or the academia. Whether or not you get the subsidies or not, it doesn't matter. Writing the proposal itself is very helpful. I'm not sure which sector you would like to focus on, but when it comes to climate information, it's public information, so you don't need any help to get them. In the interest of time, if you have any questions, feel free to come to us in private. Time flies. Well, next time, make sure that you give us 2 hours. But I think that today's... Can I have a few more minutes? My name is Justin. So a question for 4 of you. How much time would you like to spend internally to debate digital transformation? I think it's part of our competitive strategy, because if you have a target or a vision for your competitive strategy, you need to have another strategy to back up your vision, a strategy. If you give an order top-down and ask your employees to do this, this is a very general question. I just want to know how much time and efforts that you would like to commit to the debate of your vision. So you said that people tends to be the biggest challenge when it comes to digital transformation. And how much time would you like to spend each day with your employees debating, discussing, brainstorming with your employees, not giving orders? How much time would you like to spend or spare on your employees? Well, I don't care about the hours or the days. I'm kind of like a target-driven person. So take myself, for example, since 2013, I decided to implement vertical integration, and I gave myself 2 years to persuade the board of directors, because board of directors is the most important part, because I spent and then I spent 1 year to persuade the board of directors, and then I spent another 6 months to 1 year to persuade different levels of employees. I think that it took me 2 years, probably from 2013 to 2014. It took me 2 years to make the final decision. So what is the truth behind it? What is the truth? I mean, because your 2 years is different from my 2 years, I think. Let me try to answer your question. Because every business is different, and every company has different resources. The way you spend your time is different from mine. When I try to promote or implement digital transformation, I'm not an engineer by training. And when we started to promote digitization and transformation, I was put in charge to lead the project. And the whole project was implemented on a team basis. For example, I have to discuss with my team members. We have to dedicate a lot of resources. And my employees always told me that, well, this equipment is very expensive. We cannot afford that. We won't buy that, etc., etc. But I try to convince my employees, and I even invite our suppliers to come to us and discuss in person. I cannot tell you the exact number of hours or days spent on communicating with my employees, but I can tell you that 80% of my work hours was spent on communicating with my employees. I think that this is very similar to the idea of a static friction, because if we want to, for example, move something, you have to first overcome the static friction before you can make the first move and continue to move and sustain the growth momentum. I was in charge of the transformation project for like 3 years, and then we had a new CEO, and I put him in charge as well because he is a professional manager. And I have overcome the static friction. And now it's the CEO's responsibility to make sure that we can sustain our growth momentum. And right now, I'm kind of target-driven. Every 6 months or a year, I would have a meeting with the CEO and make sure that we are on track. We are on track to meet our targets. So I think the biggest challenge, as I said before, is to take the first step to overcome the static friction. And I spend 80% of my time in overcoming that static friction. In the interest of time, I would like to conclude our first session. Hopefully, you find our discussion helpful and insightful. If you have any more questions, feel free to come to us. And now, okay, now we're going to stand up and take a group photo. That's the most important part of this panel discussion. Thank you, Lulu. Thank you for moderating the session. And thank you, Brian, Eva, and Kevin. Please stand forward and take a group photo. So as you can see that they all look handsome and beautiful, and also provide us with insightful suggestions and comments. So they all work for hidden champion companies in Taiwan and have been very successful. Please remain on stage. I would also like to invite Mr. Yang from SME Administrations to take a group photo with us. Thank you. Please return to your seat. Thank you. In recent years, we're seeing more and more second generation taking over their companies, and they have been promoting digital transformation and committed to their vision. Thank you for sharing with us. And in the first panel discussion, we focus on the demand side. We invite the managers from 4 different companies, hidden champion companies, to share with us how they implement digital transformation. And the second panel discussion will focus on the supply side. In this session, we invite a number of SMEs that supply transformation tools to share with us. And now I would like to invite Nicole Zhang from DTA to moderate this session. And I also like to invite Mr. Zhang from KDM Mobile, Mr. Zhao from Frontier, as well as Mr. Dong from Wishing Soft. In this panel discussion, we will focus on digital tools. Thank you all for your participation. I would like to thank the SME administration for your sponsorship. Thank you for your participation today, whether it's here with us or online. And I would also like to thank the 3 participants for spending the time with us. A warm welcome to all of you. I'm honored to moderate this panel discussion. And in this discussion, we will focus on the supply side. That is, what kind of AI or digital tools that we can provide to help with digital transformation. I'm Nicole Zhang. I'm the Deputy Director of DTA, and I was the former chairman of NCC. And when I was the chairman of NCC, my job was to create a blueprint for the development of 5G technology and AIoT. And when it comes to 5G technology, it will bring a lot of impact and revolution to different industries. When it comes to digital transformation, everyone has his or her own definition. But the thing is that when it comes to digital transformation, you cannot just talk about transformation, but you also have to think about what kind of impact would it bring to you, and whether or not you really need to transform yourselves. But after the pandemic, in the post-COVID era, the world has changed greatly, and a lot of business or economic activities have moved from offline to online. And whether you are a small companies or big companies, we are beginning to see successful digital transformation examples. And that's why we're seeing an acceleration of digital transformation from the private sector. And today we are very pleased to invite 3 panelists, and their companies provide digital transformation tools. And the first panelist is Mr. Zhang from KDen from Mobile, and Victor from Frontier, and Eltas, CEO of Wishing Soft. So to begin with, I would like to invite each one of you to spend a few minutes introducing your company and your solution. Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Albert from KDen Mobile. Thank you for inviting me. I have 10 years of experience in the mobile phone industry, and in the past 7-8 years, I've been working in the internet industry. KDen Mobile was created in 2009. We were part of the Apple ecosystem, so we focus on design and develop new softwares. And our core competency focus on PDF. We have PDF reader, PDF SDK. We also have dotted sign. These are our the digital tools that we provide. We also have Note Ledge and Animation Desk. Our goal is to become the leading brand for mobile workspace. I'm Victor from Frontier. I majored in mathematics and mechanics, and after I graduated from university, I worked in a U.S. armament industry. And when I was working in the United States, I was sent to China, and I got to know a textile company in China, and that's why I started my business in the Frontier. So over the past 13 years, I do believe that the textile industry will have a great transformation potential. And that's why I create Frontier, this company, to help traditional textile companies to transform themselves, to realize their potential. Our products aim to leverage artificial intelligence to digitize the pattern of different textiles and help our clients to identify the pattern and the textiles they need. And after digitizing the pattern, we create a SaaS cloud platform to manage and share and collaborate on those patterns so that we can create more values.
Okay, then Altus, please. So I'm Xuan Yu from Wishing Soft. Our product basically is for B2B with a specific focus on ESH. You may not be familiar with environmental, safety, and health. You may have heard of ERP and CRM, but ESH is really about legal compliance and risk assessment. So the top 2,000 manufacturers or hidden champions in Taiwan very often will be our clients, because if they want to export their products to other countries, they must meet the ESH requirements in advanced countries. About 7 or 8 years ago, I set up this company because I found that many companies, especially in the manufacturing sector, need to use digital tools. So we created a framework on which different modules can be applied so that the legal compliance, risk assessment, and other aspects of management can be done properly. We have over 200 companies. Many of them are big corporations. Thank you for the introduction of your companies. Now, I think we have heard some key successful factors. Digital transformation involves many aspects. Around the world, benchmarks are being made and formed. This will have a huge impact on where the companies can go down the road, from technology, people to process. In terms of people, it has to lot with the corporate culture, and the process, of course, has a lot to do with how the operation is done. Technology, of course, is at the core of digital transformation. All your companies are involved in the use of digital technologies. So with so many different aspects to take care of in digital transformation, how do companies prioritize different tasks? What kind of awareness must they have before they can embark on the journey? Yes, digital transformation is a very big issue. And the situation may vary from company to company in terms of culture, people, and the situation varies tremendously depending on which sector you are in. So first of all, you have to know your client. You have to know what processes your client wants to optimize. And then we can help them use our products to achieve their goals. In the digital technology industry, there's a lot of good news because many digital tools can be found on the cloud. As a result, the entry barrier is lowered. Companies no longer need to purchase expensive equipment. They don't even need to maintain an IT team. Not to mention, there are a lot of trial services available to companies who need such digital tools. Let me give you one example. One of our clients has to produce a lot of quotations. And such quotations will be reviewed by their legal department, including digital archiving. And the paper quotations will take up a lot of space in the office too. Therefore, dotted sign, our signature product, our flagship product, helps them to fix the problem. First of all, the client used the product on a trial basis. At first, their sales force expressed concerns because they were not sure if their clients would accept such cloud-based signature or authentication process. And once the client signs the quotation and send it back within 37 minutes. There's no exchange of paper. There's no need for scanning. As a result, the client became very confident in the service and product we provide. So we always tell our clients that the digital transformation journey is not a zero-sum game. If you are not familiar with digital tools, you can start with a simple solution. Thank you. So we learned that DX is a journey. 2 to 3 years may be too short. Usually, such a journey may take 8 to 10 years. And it's not just about how much time you spend on it. It's about whether it's become part of your corporate DNA. Thank you. Well, first, it has a lot to do with the survival of the company because the environment has changed tremendously. It's really about the survival. Secondly, where is money? Where is profit? That is why we want to go for DX. In fact, we know that one of our big clients has changed their suppliers, and the client required the suppliers to provide digital information. And at the end of the year, 2 of the suppliers lost the account because they didn't want to provide such digital data. So you can see things are changing rapidly in the textile sector. In 2020, in the U.S., 50% of the garments were sold online, and the average cost or the average price of such garment sold online is higher than those sold in brick-and-mortar stores, and the turnover is as much as $11 billion. Now we have online try-on service, so that the client will be less likely to return the clothes they buy. And now we also have digital design to facilitate such online sales. So e-commerce is already bringing about a lot of changes to our value chain and supply chain. We want to make money out of the digital ecosystem. That's why we have to change. In Taiwan, there's a company, Yixiang textile company. About a year ago, it began to realize the importance of digital transformation. So it came to us to digitalize their showroom. So with the digital fabrics, designed as a package, that company is able to send that package of data to their designers in New York. And the designers in New York will be able to design new seasons of collection based on the digital fabrics. So now we have clients' needs embedded in our design tools. So that's an example to show digital transformation is critical to the survival and profitability of a company. Well, I think you made a very good point. In the new economy, you need to survive and you need to be profitable. Traditionally, we would think about we need to cut down on cost. However, you should go for paperless and go beyond that. You want to explore new markets. You need to be able to find your niche in the new ecosystem. So be it your direct clients or brand owners, once their business model has changed, you have to change and evolve along with them. Then, if you don't do that, you may lose the clients, the accounts, and orders. So the paradigm shift in the new economy is a big driver for sure. So we talk about digital transformation. It's quite interesting. Why do we want to transform digitally? We want to stand out, to be competitive. However, in my experience, digital transformation involves the digital part multiplied by something else. So if you simply digitize something, then you have something. However, very often the boss, the leader, is not clear why or what benefits it has for them. So you have to know what you want to multiply and amplify by going for digital transformation. In terms of A, B, C, D of digital transformation, you have to begin with C, that is cloud. You have to have data on the cloud. And then you need to go for B, big data. You have to make sure you know what kind of data you want to collect. Otherwise, garbage in, garbage out. And then there's AI, so that you can identify the benchmarks. And D comes last, that is digital transformation. Therefore, digital transformation really enables us to see what strength we have based on the data we have accumulated. In fact, we have many well-known companies that are our clients, and we learned from them that outstanding companies, quality companies, do digital transformation in a very unique way. They try to streamline the process or eliminate some unnecessary processes via digital transformation. However, compliance will have to be ensured in the first place. After all, these quality companies want to have sustainable operation. Therefore, for ESG reporting, compliance reporting, or risk assessment in terms of ESH, these are all essential tasks. Traditionally, companies would focus on how to have speedy detection of dangers or risks. But quality companies are saying we have to prevent such hazards from happening in the first place. And of course, I know that different sectors have different approaches, but this is just an example I would like to share with you. Well, thank you. It's very interesting because you, as solution providers, have a lot of experience. It seems that the original problem may derive from people, processes, and technology, and these may be different depending on which sector you are in. Next, we have more questions for you. We know that Keynote Mobile has just completed a new round of fundraising. Keynote Mobile, of course, has been evolving constantly, starting with app development to SaaS and AI infrastructure. So you have over 10 million members worldwide, and you focus on exploring clients based in the US and Europe, accounting for 70% of your revenue. So please share with us your own digital transformation experience.
Thank you, Nicole. So first of all, when it comes to transforming to subscription-based business model, and then the second part, I'll talk about how we access the international market. When it comes to the subscription-based business model, as I said, that we continue to grow with the App Store ecosystem. And back then, each app costs about $1 or $2 US, and that was a one-time payment, which means that after you pay for that app, you don't have to pay other costs anymore. And actually, that wasn't a very good business model, and that's why in 2014, Apple launched a subscription-based API. But as a software or app developers, we were quite concerned because we didn't know if our clients will accept that. But after thinking about that for a while, we decided to take the first step. This is not really a digital transformation. It's more like a business model transformation. So what did we do? We picked one product and transformed that into a subscription-based business model. And after that, we continue to monitor the churn as well as the change of our revenue growth and the profitability. And of course, during the process, we identify the pain points and we overcome the pain points, and we found our sweet spots so that we were quite successful in terms of our subscription-based business model. Another point is that a couple of years ago, as I said, that we provide PDF readers and other relevant apps for our clients. And we thought that, well, since all the documents are digitized, why do we need to print out a hard copy and sign and then scan it again, digitize it again? Why don't we create something that allows users to sign electronically? Well, in the past, if it's a B2B business model, if you create a product for your business clients, it's kind of like they buy the product and then they can offer the product to their employees. So in other words, it's a much bigger market. And we know that we live in the digitized world, and the internet allows us to have access to clients around the world. But we cannot access other markets based on Taiwan's marketing strategy. We need to localize our marketing strategies. For example, we have our local teams in Germany, in the U.S. and also in China. Let me share with you a number. In the United States in 2016, every U.S. company uses 16 different digital tools. And in 2020, can you guess the number right now? Yes, in 2020, on average, in 2017, each U.S. company on average used 16 digital tools. And right now, the number increased to 80. And take my company, for example, we're now using 20 to 30 different digital tools. Take video conferencing tools, for example. I think that's the new normal, right? And in terms of our ERP system and our electronic signature system, and also e-marketing systems, these systems incorporate at least dozens of different tools, not to mention that we have other data analysis tools. So overall, at KDM Mobile, we use 20, 30 different digital tools. It can take me a whole day to talk about how to use those tools. But the thing is that without those digital tools, we wouldn't be so successful today. So based on Albert's comments, even as a digital native solution provider like KDM Mobile itself, they have to transform and adapt to a new model. They have to adapt to a subscription-based business model. And during the process, KDM Mobile aims to broaden its market and access the Western countries. And coming back to the textile industry, which is a very important sector in Taiwan, and actually is also a kind of traditional sector. So how can we provide proper digital tools for textile businesses to optimize production process and even create a new ecosystem? In addition, because SDGs, ESG, and net zero targets are now receiving increasing attention worldwide, both from the public and the private sector. And businesses will be required to set higher standards and more stringent targets for ESG and SDGs. And these are all the factors that businesses have to take into consideration. So, Victor, the question for you, for the traditional textile industry, how do you leverage your core competencies to help with your upstream and downstream providers, suppliers, and clients to integrate the whole supply chain? Because we also know that a new ecosystem may incorporate other relevant sectors as well. For example, the textile industry may also incorporate the fashion industry or the apparel industry. So how do we integrate all those industries in the same ecosystem? Right now, in terms of the textile industry, there are different types of ecosystem. It can be someone who take the lead and create a new system, or a bunch of people working together create an ecosystem. But in the textile industry, last year in 2020, e-commerce has brought in over $100 billion of revenue for the textile industry, and Amazon accounts for over 50% of the online sales market. But the biggest problem is that when you order your clothes online, somehow you cannot do online fitting. So what you can do is you order one piece of different sizes, maybe a large size or a medium size or a small size, and you try it at home, and then you return the rest, right? But for the e-commerce providers, that can be quite costly. So what we can do is to use a digital tool and help the clients to create a little avatar online and provide online fitting for the clients. And the reason for providing this online fitting service is because we would like to reduce the rate of returning products. We don't want to see our clients continue to return their products. So I think that's a niche point that we can focus on. And then next, we can focus on how to create new clothes. Take Fendi, for example. Right now, Fendi has opened its online shop, but all the Fendi's clothes or apparels are all tailor-made. So how do they do that? Well, actually, what Fendi does is that they purchase an X-ray machine, just like the one you see in airports. And using the X-ray machine, which has a very high resolution, it can scan all the apparels, all the details of the clothes, and put it on the website. So on their website, they can show you a 3D model of the textiles. And because X-ray only has one spectrum, so what we can do is that after Fendi creates a 3D model for that textile, and by using the pattern that we produce in our database, we can make it 3D and impose patterns on their textiles. And another example is from Korea. A couple of years ago, we used computer-assisted tools to design clothes. But designing clothes is not just about designing patterns. You have to take flexibility into consideration. And so when you design clothes, you have to take those into consideration. So right now, we can have a digital native clothes designed online. In other words, not only the pattern is taken into consideration, but also the tensile and the flexibility of the cloth is also taken into consideration. And with all the tools in place, the problem is that we are facing a shortage of cloth supply. In other words, everything is ready, but right now we are facing a supply chain constraint. So what we can do is that my profession, my expertise is that we block the doors. In other words, it's like we are having a party. I'm a party organizer. I get everyone in place, and we try to make sure that we keep everyone in the same circle. So right now, we already create an ecosystem for 2D modeling and 3D modeling ecosystem. So we are trying to expand our ecosystem, and we try to lower the unit price of our products so that we can make it available to more users. And when it comes to digital transformation in Taiwan, we would like to work with our clients, especially their senior management. We would like to do it top-down, because when you reach a consensus with the senior management team, it's much more easier to implement top-down. Because oftentimes, when you talk to the senior management of your clients, sometimes they may not be able to understand what you're saying, and they don't want to listen to you. And at the same time, you also have to talk to the mid-level managers, helping them to understand what you're saying and help them to convince their bosses. And we also, at the same time, need to talk to the junior level employees and help them understand that our tools won't bring you more trouble. In fact, it will make you more efficient, make your life a lot easier. So we have to do it from different perspectives and also from a top-down approach. so that we can make everyone understand what we are doing as soon as we can and get everyone on board and join our ecosystem and expand the ecosystem. And that is what we are doing right now. Thank you, Victor. So I think Victor used party as a metaphor to explain to us that in the past, we only look at supply chain. But today, we cannot just look at the supply chain. We have to look at the whole ecosystem. And you need someone to lead the ecosystem. And it seems that in the past couple of years, the e-commerce platforms and the new economy has become a push or a pull for the textile industry. So this has become a big ecosystem. But in the past, traditional manufacturing sectors only look at their suppliers or the upstream of their supply chain. But with a complete ecosystem, we can achieve the goal of non-linear integration. In other words, we not only have to focus on the vertical integration, but we also need to incorporate different partners and create an ecosystem to fulfill the end user's demand. And for Altus, another question for you is that because of right now, people are talking about sustainability. We are promoting ESG goals, and EU is aiming for net zero in 2050, and Taiwan is also trying to create a net zero environment by 2050. So, from the perspective of EHS, what kind of tools or the services you can provide for your clients? And because you provide EHS solutions to your clients, and your clients include different industries, for example, semiconductor industry, electronic industry, and even fossil fuel industry. And because your client base covers different industries, you really need to have a certain degree of domain knowledge, right? And you also need to have your core competitiveness. That is, you have to help your clients to adopt your technology and transform their process digitally, and how do you leverage AI and big data technology to help your clients to grow sustainably. When you talk about sustainability, I would like to expand this concept a little bit, because if you take a step and take a broader perspective to look at sustainability, I think it would be a lot easier. When it comes to sustainability, when something bad happens to your company and your share price decreased by 90%, and sometimes you have to figure out what was the cause of that event that has such a big negative impact on your business. And those negative events may come from inside or outside. For example, maybe the external regulatory framework has changed, or the international environment has changed. And on the other hand, maybe there's something wrong with your inventory management, or maybe you leak some poisonous waste to the environment. So our job is to help our clients to manage internal and external risks. And if they identify a risk, what kind of measures they have to take in order to tackle the risks and challenges. Because our client base includes 10 different industries, and most of our clients are leading companies in their industries. But many people said that, well, are you a big company? How many people work for your company? Well, we are not a big company, and we are a cloud-native company. We have a fossil fuel company. It's really big, and our software is kind of like a supportive software. Just like water and electricity, every company needs water and needs electricity, but you don't build a power plant by yourself. You only try to source electricity and water. So we're kind of like a supportive role, helping those big companies to transplant some of their supportive software to our platform. And because the world is changing fast, things are always happening. So for those big companies, they need someone to focus on their EHS system. Even though those big companies, they have a big IT system, but oftentimes it takes them a year or two to develop an IT system. But after the system is completed, the regulatory framework changed again. But if you want to change the IT system or the EHS system again, it may take another year. That's too late. That's not efficient. So our job is to help big companies to simplify their supportive software solutions. But for small and medium-sized enterprises, as I said, that for those big companies, they have the money, they have the resources to build a system by themselves. But if you want to produce, if, for example, the process of producing a product, it may go through 3 or 4 or 7 different steps, and you have to make sure that you can control each step well. And another example is that I have a Japanese client. They have 3 factories, and after working with us, they finally understand that those 3 factories have different awareness in terms of the risks. So as an outsider, as a service provider, we are able to help companies to grow sustainably and create a common framework for them to compare to acting like a benchmark. So I think the industry differences is not really a problem for us.
Thank you for your sharing. Indeed, we can see the keywords to digital transformation, even though we may not be in the sectors the 3 gentlemen are in. It seems that they do have something in common in the process of digital transformation. So finally, when you provide solutions to your customers, I'm sure you have some prior understanding about different sectors. So based on your experience, what will be the future trends for different sectors when it comes to digital transformation? And you, as a solution provider, what will be the next step you're going to take? And please give a word of take-home message or a word of advice for our audience here to see what they should pay attention to if they want to go for digital transformation. There's one mega trend, that is the ecosystem is in the making. So internationally, you don't focus on single digital tools. Rather, you have to combine them. Let me give one example. If we look at the process, usually there will be a digital marketing team bringing in potential clients, and the sales team will make presentations and then follow up on the case. In the end, fortunately, the order will come in. So the sales force needs to do a lot of communication. The CRM system is at work. And when the order comes in, you can use our dotted sign system. Therefore, we have to combine our work with the sales force to form partnerships. What are the advantages for the client, the company? They can complete the process with one swoop. That's in one go. They can complete the whole process. So the CRM can also be combined with many digital marketing tools. Therefore, the data gathered at the marketing stage will be entered into the CRM system automatically. As for my company, we will move further to AI and big data. Take dotted sign, for example. It is able to optimize the approving quotation process. Next, we are going to provide more data for the client. For example, we can tell the client how many orders they receive on a monthly basis, what's the average amount. So we can look at the data, analyze it from different departments' perspective. So this is in line with what Alex says. From data, we will be able to identify the root cause of many problems, and we can provide solutions. In the end, I think the mindset is everything. Don't be afraid of digital transformation. You can always start with some small project. Thank you. Digital complexity is rising. No company can do everything by itself. Just like the other panelists said, collaboration and division of labor have to take place at the same time. For example, we provide digitized fabrics. In fact, digitized fabric cost a lot of computing power because you need to be able to present and demonstrate the texture of the yarn used in the fabric. Usually, such computing may take 6 to 19 minutes. So scanning the fabric takes only 3 seconds. But once all the fabrics are uploaded, the processing may take a whole day. Therefore, we talked to ARM, and the company provided us with a solution. We can use an open source chip, and then each company will buy a device with that chip installed inside, and the processing can be shortened significantly. The textile industry actually requires a lot of computing power. So inside the office, there may be a number of GPUs installed in the computers to facilitate such computing. Bissau in Germany is a spin-off from BMW. And Bissau is a company that specialized in the leather texture products. However, if you want this company to scan and process the fabric on your behalf, it will cost $35 per piece of fabric. We are able to lower the price a lot with our technology. And we are not trying to undercut anyone. However, the market is bigger because of the lower entry barrier. In addition, in the digital world, when it comes to digital design of a clothes, everything will still have to be produced in the physical world so that you have garments and clothes to sell to people. Bees Photofi in Singapore is an expert in just-in-time production of clothes. Basically, their idea is they would put a piece of clothes on the production line, and the whole production line will automatically cut and shape the fabric into a clothes. Well, if we have such just-in-time production, then Amazon will no longer need to keep inventory of garments anymore. So we want to work with partners like this company so that we have a complete ecosystem. In the digital ecosystem, better connection is essential to value creation. So we work with this Singapore-based company to grow the pie bigger. The second question is the next step for my company. Well, as a gatekeeper to the party in the textile industry, I think we can provide more value, better products. Bestseller, an e-commerce company in Denmark, is one of our partners. We know that for a company to become e-commerce ready, you may have to spend, $800,000 first. But will that work? Nobody knows. Therefore, just like the beginning of the PC era, the mainframe computers was in vogue. There's no concept of PC. So if you want to have a computer back then, you need to spend a lot of money. But now we try to lower the bar. We worked with companies, software companies in Germany, Israel, so that our products can be generic for general purposes. Once the entry barriers are lowered, more players can enter and enjoy the party. Well, I think you just mentioned a lot of domain knowledge beyond our understanding. I'll try to brief. The next step for the company, first, we begin with the clients. The clients has a number of supply chains, so we will try to create a sustainable and safe framework for the clients. In addition, we will help our clients to serve their clients in the overseas markets. Sustainability is a critical issue in Asia, so now we have many clients in Japan and Vietnam. Product-wise, there are specific software products. There's a low-code and platform software products. If we want the software products to be very effective, platform-based and ecosystem-based products will be better. Therefore, we are working on the other two dimensions so that the clients will be able to leverage these tools. Very often, if you use low-code or platform software first, it may take you a lot of time, cost you a lot of money to very little effect. Therefore, if you don't have an API, that means you will not be able to create synergies. So that's where you should start before you move on to platform. Next, ESG. If you look at the ESG framework in terms of human rights, carbon emissions, gender equality, these are all important components in ESG framework. So now the clients can use the data we gather and provide them with to meet and fulfill their ESG obligations. We know that there will be regulatory changes from time to time in relation to ESG. For example, the carbon emissions should be halved by 2050, but now we said we aim for net zero in 2050. Right now, many clients are more interested in how risk resilient their operations are. their data will have to be provided to support their ESG system so as to be aligned with ESG objectives. I think we have been working hard to make things right. And I hope that you will appreciate the hard work the startups are trying to do. And I look forward to more exchanges with all of you. Thank you. I think it is clear that in the process of digital transformation, we experience paradigm shift. The new era is really in the making. We have all embarked on the journey. What we need to do, I think the pathway is very clear. We need to grasp data and leverage digital tools to combine your upstream and downstream suppliers. I think these are all key success factors to digital transformation. Not to mention, because of the pandemic and other reasons, now is the time to build the company's resilience and compliance. ESG is everywhere. Many listed companies in Taiwan have also had ESG plans because of the regulatory requirements, not to mention the United Nations is promoting these sustainable agenda. So the reason why I agreed to moderate the session is because I've seen a lot of startups in Taiwan, and I think they stand a great chance to thrive in the digital transformation process because they are digital natives, and the niche solutions they provide are of great value and with great potential for the global market. I think we have eaten into your time for lunch. My apologies. We have run out of time for Q&A. So I would like to conclude the session. Thank you again for your participation, and I thank the panelists. And we thank former Chairperson Zhang and the 3 panelists. Please stand up for a group photo. We are very pleased to have this representatives from digital companies to share with us their hands-on experience and digital tools that we can leverage, as well as the pros and cons of different strategies. Thank you. We would like to ask the representatives from the SME administration to come up to the stage for a group photo as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation in the forum. This afternoon, we have parallel sessions. One is to facilitate discussions between companies from Japan and Taiwan. The other session will feature discussion and exchange of ideas among companies from Taiwan and Europe. On the second floor, starting from 2:30, There will be experts from 3 European countries coming to share with their insights, and there will be match sessions for companies.
点在3楼跟日本的
At 2 p.m., the session for Taiwan Japanese companies discussion will take place on the 3rd floor. Thank you.